Am I eating there? I'm eating bread and butter. Larkson made a loaf of bread. No, she made it from scratch. Larksa's on her cooking arc right now. What's up, Nico? Getting chunky? You call me fucking fat? I actually did get pretty fat during like COVID. Shut the fuck up. No, you didn't. No, I kind of did, actually. I think during COVID I was like 185 pounds. And I'm only like 5'10".
We
like,
started this journey together.
I'm like 5'9", 5'10", so.
Chasing the unknown.
That's nothing? Yeah, I was still overweight though.
What we could not see. But now, we're lost.
Used to be like 231. Well, you were also fat then, Nico. Or maybe you just had a lot of muscle. Did I fight bouncers? I did, yeah. I fought both the new bosses in Night Rain. I'm gonna play, I think we're gonna do Night Rain DLC after we finish this game. Apparently this game's only 4 or 5 hours long, but then again, I'm also a Papega, so we'll see. Can I actually close this? Union Plaza would like to thank you for accepting the contract to assess and debug our core ASN systems for potential software anomalies. Your primary point of contact at Union Plaza will be Koyama. We're glad to have you with us and appreciate your role in helping Union Plaza thrive. Let's test those knees. Crouch down as low as you can. Oh my god, what? Am I even fucking human? Damn, I'm fucking tiny. Hold on. I absolutely despise pressing fucking left control. Damn, look at him go. That was great. Perfect even. In order to use the terminals throughout Union Plaza, you must have your ID. The ID must be displayed on your breastplate and remain visible at all times. Breastplate. Ah, they're making me use the mechanic already. Due to current health and safety protocols, wearing a pressure suit and helmet and displaying your ID on your breastplate is mandatory at all times. Okay. 8655 is... Hold on, I gotta turn up my mouse sensitivity. That was a 9? It is a 9, you're right. Is there like a scanner here or something? I'm not sure. Am I fucking stuck on the tutorial? Oh, wait. How am I supposed to know if I have a fucking helmet on? I just assumed I already had it. Oh. Birth. Do I have a flashlight? Kinda dark. The moon. Willkommen. Oh, I'm on the moon. That's German for welcome.
Magnificent. Welcome to Union Plaza, your gateway to the lunar frontier. Please take a moment to appreciate the breathtaking panorama of the moon's surface stretching out before you. A sight that has captivated humanity for generations.
It's beautiful.
Now that you've successfully concluded your isolation, we invite you to proceed to the meeting room, A1, for an informative induction session on the Cosmonaut Assistance Tool.
Meeting room A01. My ID number is not the key code. Where is... What even is this? There's no sign. Is this A01? C.A.T controls. Cosmonaut Assistance Tool. Maintenance mod can be used 3 times on a full battery. Used to gauss of magnetic interference. UPDA at wireless access. Oh, it has a light on it. It's like a gun? I don't think so. Maintenance mod, careful not to aim at robots. To gauss to fix any magnetic distortion. And see power left on battery when in the cat. Wireless access. PDA can display tasks. It also saves some important video, pictures, document. Maintenance mod can disable type 05s. Okay. No battery. Yeah, jerk that thing. C.A.T equals Cosmonaut Assistance Tool. Maintenance mod comes standard. Be careful of overloading object. Ultra View module is at O'Neill's. Wait, is the mod here? Maintenance module equals default C.A.T module. Can buy extra module at the mall at O'Neill's Electronics. Oh, okay. So O'Neill's Electronics. Oh. Here you will learn the basics of how to operate your Cosmonaut Assistance tool and make the most of your PDA personal data assistant. Powered by lithium-ion batteries, you'll need to keep the cap powered to use all of its functions. Remaining battery power is displayed on the battery. This will be visible while inspecting the cap while the battery is inserted. If you haven't already done so, locate a battery and I open the drawer. What if it's... Is there a battery in the box? Maybe I need to go to a different part, a different area to find a battery. It doesn't seem like there's one in here, but at the same time, it's the tutorial, so I'm kind of feel like I just missed a battery, but I don't see anything. I mean, I don't even know what the battery looks like. Maybe it shows it on one of the diagrams. Maybe we go in here. I think we found it. What if there's something else? That looks like something I can pick up, but I... Doesn't that look like that's something I could pick up? Is this the battery disposal? Oh yeah, battery recycle point. How do I fucking insert the battery? Oh, inspect it. Oh, here we go. This is the bat. Pressing all the fucking buttons. Dude, I could have sworn they said the... Wait, I mean... Bro, what the fuck is this? That's it? That's fucking it? Find a Gen Z kid to do it for you. Gen Z kid would stand no chance. Oh. Thank you for fulfilling the software engineer assistance request. It's a relief to have another set of eyes on this. The ASN is behaving as if it's in lockdown mode for no reason I've been able to identify. Due to the current security protocol, I've had to reset the arrivals elevator access permissions. Check the database section in your PDA for the new key code. Database. 2698. I have wireless access revision 2.1, software version 5.5.4. Power button turns it on or off. You can view the battery power to the right of the power button indicated by... Oh. Let's see. When near a wireless access point, press the wireless access button to connect. The two main functions of this feature are accessing the built-in PDA running terminal diagnostics. Its operation does not require battery power. Oh, well that's convenient. Press the degauss button to restore correct color and screen geometry by neutralizing magnetic interference affecting the display. I think that's the degauss button. Hold on, let me check. Yeah. The screen offers a respectable refresh rate, however it is not equipped with backlighting or enhanced visibility features. The function of the maintenance module can overload and activate electrical equipment that is otherwise out of reach, useful as a temporary solution for unresponsive or malfunctioning hardware. Do not use on the Type 05's core located in its chest area. The active function requires 1/3 of total battery capacity. The maintenance module? Wait, what was the fucking code, chat? Oh my god, I already forgot it. What was it, like 2859 or something? Two 689. Thanks, chat. Okay, this isn't even the right. Fucking reconnecting to this thing. I feel like that's supposed to be the spot, but... Two six... Oh yeah, it literally says elevator access there. Going up? Up still we fall. Battery recycle station. Oh sh. Why do I keep turning it off? Because it has fucking battery, bruh. I don't want to run out of battery. Thought they mentioned something. So fucking laggy. Oh! Oops. Well, there goes some of my battery. I didn't think I had the fucking maintenance module already.
We need to shut down the ASN. Everyone's scattered or in hiding. And the only two people with security access to the ASN are me and Kay. If I don't make Kay's your only shot. Find her. Shut it down.
Hey. Wait, where does it scan? Thank you for the 10 gifted, Yanash. Thank you very much, man. I don't think I can do anything with this right now. Could be wrong though.
We need to shut down the ASN. Everyone's scattered or in hiding.
I wonder if the tram station will open up later. Probably. Do I have a... What does that do? They said there was a blacklight module. I think I have that. Or maybe I do. Maybe I... Can't fucking see anything. What kind of soda we got here? Seal Fresh. ASN staff home. Am I an ASN staff? Like, I don't understand. Where's the scanner? Maybe I can like crawl in somewhere. Come home. Right, you could at least give me like, we've only been here for like a few minutes. And fill out with the fucking bags. There's a note on the wall you missed. Oh. Cooper, I forced the shutters down. I had to use the C.A.T maintenance module to override the fuse box. Just point and pull the trigger. I did not notice this yellow cable at all. Never would have found that. You don't know that. Dude, I need a fucking flashlight. Seal fresh. Oh. Or lime. I'm gonna go with the peach. Oh. God, dude, I keep fucking wasting my goddamn battery. Fuck. Give me that fucking peach. Game is loud. I could turn it down if it's too loud. Oh, it's not on. Oh. Need to find Kai Koyama or figure out another way to get the access code to enter the ASN. The head of security, her ID would have the necessary access. I guess this is just for making a save. Didn't it say my cat has flashlight in the intro document? It says that there is a blacklight module attachment for the cat, which I presumably do not have, because the tutorial for the cat made no mention of using a flashlight whatsoever. Wait, we're in a fucking tram? Wasn't even like a... Oh, it was that door. We're going to the mall, chat. Seats. Okay, no. I gotta turn the game down. It's going into the red, like, constantly. I'm turning it down. You crawl by proning. You can move while you're crouched, but when you go fully on the ground, you cannot move anymore. You can only... I don't think that this wireless access point, there's not like different... I was thinking it might be like computers in Alien Isolation where each access point has like different information, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. At least as far as I could tell. It's a save station. Well, yes. But it's also an interface where you can read your tasks and your emails and all of these things. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. True. Oh, hi! Icy. I want an icy. The clanker. Okay. There's a battery. Hold on. To discuss the potential risks that the C.A.T UltraView module causes for security in Union Plaza. Discuss the already identified issue of viewing fingerprints on terminal screens. Resort guests have submitted complaints of kids pointing the cat at them and laughing, and a general noise complaint of the moon lobby right outside of O'Neill's Electronics. Saw a clip of the band who made the song for that Jet 2 thing. Poor band would always have someone screaming Jet 2 holiday at their concerts. Well... That's like people... What? What do you mean? That reminds me of like when I'm doing sponsored streams and people just start fucking posting commands for other games. What did he say? I wasn't paying attention. He's lucky I don't have an anvil. I'm gonna fucking hole cracker him. Nah, he's nice. I wouldn't do that. Also, Grace, Tarkov is fucking brutal. I'm so fucking bad at that game. Feel like fucking dead weight. Hey, where? I need to get a dead weight emote. Oh. Everyone is bad at Tarkov? That's not true. Oh, my ID. %90 of players? Bro, 90% of players in that game have like thousands of hours. What do you mean? I don't think there's been a single person that's killed me that hasn't had like thousands of hours. The only people that kill me with low amounts of hours are like sometimes I'll get killed by somebody with like 200 hours, except they have like 35 KD. And it's like, okay, this guy's probably fucking cheating. Visit O'Neill's Electronics and snag the C.A.T Ultraview module at 30% off. Don't delay, get yours today. An elevator to the mall is on its way. Is this the elevator door? Taking its fucking sweet time. Wait, do I need to press OK on the terminal or something? Unable to call that. What? Oh my. Hey, Mr. Robot, come fucking fix it. Don't make me shoot you. Maybe I should shoot him. I can't. I need to leave. I need the elevator. Help. Yeah, no kidding. Yo, what's up, Andos? Long time no see. I've been working my way through Peaks of Yore DLC, by the way. Slowly, but I think I finished like the first 2 books now. First 2 compendiums, whatever you want to call them. It's too hard. It's definitely tough, but I've been enjoying it. Have you played White Knuckle, by the way? Or I don't know if you just like, I don't know if you like playing those other games. I'm working overtime off stream. Are you saying that I'm playing Peaks of Yore off stream? No. Aw, thanks. But I tried out White Knuckle as well, like a few months ago. That game was really cool. Played Tested Peaks too much to try other similar games. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Thanks, little buddy. Grace, thank you so much for the sub. I'm like waiting for White Knuckle to be fully released though. Got away from your evil ad town. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, White Knuckle is out, but it's not like fully released. There's no like ending to the game. Alright, I think we need to go to O'Neill's Electronics. That should be in the mall, presumably, so. When your cat screen distorts warps, use the degauss feature on your cat. Analog displays may experience image distortion. Deflection instability, convergence issues. Strong magnetic field due to current. Yep, okay. Bringing visuals to life. Oh wait, can I shoot through this? Oh, yes. Time to go in the hole. Alright, you know what? Hold on, chat. I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I am thirsty. I'm back. It looks... Why are there like fake batteries? Like there's two and I can pick up the first one. Why can't I pick up the second? I'm already full on juice. I want more. Fuck. Excuse me, I'm trying to get through here. Probably something I need to shoot again. There's a lot of batteries in here, which makes me assume I need to shoot something, but the question is what? Oh wait, there's something like under. Oh. Hello? I'm running. Oh, this is nice. Oh, there's fish. Look at the little fishy. Oh, it's a fake fish. Never mind. Well, you know. The Galaxy Video. You ever been to one of these video stores before, chat? None of the vending machines work. The exit shutters to the mall elevator keep shorting. Give it a restart here and then open it via the security office at the back of Megazone. Man, what a banger, dude. Fucking vibing. Oh god. I'm gonna go. Security meeting 1530 been moved to John's office inside Megazone. What's that? Goodbye, fishy. Oh god. There's so many of them. I don't think he's dead. I think he's just disabled. Oh, fuck yeah. The Mega Zone, baby. Minotaur. What's up, Trey? You play this game? Capsized. Mad Hog. You wanna play Mad Hog with me, chat? Wait, there's a cable here. I think we gotta shoot. Fucking. Wait, does one of these actually work? Oh shit. Unshell. No! You suck! What the hell up? I'd like to see you do better, bozo. Discuss the potential risks that the C.A.T UltraView module causes for security in Union Plaza. Discuss the already identified issue of viewing fingerprints on terminal screens. Resort guests have submitted complaints of kids pointing the cat at them and... Oh yeah, I already read this. Alrighty.
I shouldn't be recording this. When I returned from the perimeter check, a Type 5 escorted me directly to the ASN.
Fingerprint.
No explanation, and definitely not protocol. They'll bury it. I know they will. I know what I saw, but... What was that? That thing sprouting from the body?
Sprouting from the body.
Get the footage. Make a copy. Don't let them hide it.
Hi, John. That was a pretty big quake. Did you get the perimeter check alert? Agreed. I'll finish the CTV maintenance and then I'll get right on it. Hey, Coop, still up for drinks later? Choice on which vending machine this time. You bet. However, I need to head out and do a perimeter check because of that last quake, but I'll stop by reception when I am done. Everything okay, Coop? You seem pretty out of it during drinks yesterday. Oopsies. Thanks, I'm doing alright. I didn't realize I was so late meeting you last night and got a little tired. So I think I'm just coming down with something. Might need to sleep it off. As you may have noticed, the ASN has erroneously initiated lockdown protocol. I think the most recent lunar quake might have triggered some sort of automatic response. Some doors are still working like usual, but others need temporary key codes that will circumvent the security status. I'll give them to you as needed. All Type 05 units seem to be powered down at the moment. If you require their assistance for any of your tasks, please make alternate arrangements for the time being. System reset isn't possible due to life support requirements, so I'm working on the things piecemeal. I'll keep you all posted. Nasty headaches. Ever since I got back from the perimeter check, I've been having some nasty headaches and blurry vision. Do you have any advice on what can help? Thank you. Hi, Coop. I'm sorry to hear that. How long were you out there on the perimeter check? For now, try limiting your screen time when you can. Use aspirin as needed for your headaches. Eye drops to see if it helps the blurriness. Not sure how long I was out there, Lee. Memory is kind of shot. Can't sleep well and woke up twice outside my room. Feels like I'm in a fog. My vision is still funny and I feel like I'm seeing things. Symptoms are worrisome, Coop. You need to stay in your room and rest. I will come by later and check on you. Hey, Todd, I'm not doing well today. Hey, Todd, I'm not doing too well at the minute. Can you cover my shift today? Of course, dude. You managing to get any sleep yet? They mentioned fingerprints. Makes me think... yeah, I'm not sure. We need to go to O'Neill's Electronics. Is there any other games on here? Ooh, we could play Minotaur. Oh my god. Up, left, right, up. Up, right, right, left, up. Up, left, right, up, right, up. Up, left, right, up, left. Up, left, right, left, 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 up. Oops. Bum, 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 bum. Where's O'Neill's electronics, though? Where? Oh wait, we're back at the beginning. Well, go to sleep. The game too loud still? Fuck. Nice. Hey Todd, I know you've been working late recently, so if you want to open these shutters, just use John's terminal in his office behind Megazone. I'm sure he'll be back to work soon. Oh, Neil's Electronics is that way. Wasn't the module on the counter? I don't think so. Oh yeah, I never checked the door controls. Cease. Error. I could turn the game down a bit more if it's too loud. Turn it down a smidge.
I shouldn't be recording this. When I returned from the perimeter check, a Type 5 escorted me directly to the ASN. No explanation, and definitely not protocol.
Why can't I open the door?
They'll bury it. I know they will.
Oh wait, they said something about the shutters being wonky. Oh right, I have to go hit. Arrows on door. I feel like you got okay. Arrows? Oh, the playground was the other one. Okay, well regardless, to open the mall exit we need to we Hi there, little one. I'm gonna go. Oh god. The hell is this thing? Yeah, I don't really want to go in here. I can't see anything. Module acquired. I don't remember exactly what they said the UltraView module does. Oh. Hold the trigger? Like... Oh. Congratulations, 10% off. What does my task say now? Because we got the UltraView module. Has a black light function. Oh, that's what they meant by the light function. Well, we probably need to go into that dark area now. I rented a classic from Galaxy Video for tonight. The Hatching. I'm bringing drinks. Who's got the snacks? I'll bring snacks. I don't know if John's gonna make it, but I'll see the rest of you there. On the CCTV feed that one of the T5s here in the mall is functioning again. All the other units are still powered down, though. I think you're right. Only one seems to be able to function at a time. Is this related to the ASN at all? Only one is able to function at a time. Headache. Something is wrong. Typo 5 unit out of control. Unable to trigger alarms or access voice comms. Stay inside your room. All distorted? What, you think that's magnetic interference? I think that's just the ultra view module. Maybe that's just what it's like. Oh, ah. Oh. 8975. Hey, Bat Labor. I think I'm getting distortion. Huh? Which soda do people like more? There's no fingerprints on the soda machine. Unused. Actually, somebody must have cleaned it. So. A second, we're back here. See nothing. I'm going the wrong way. Oh fuck, I have the wrong module. Oh! How do wait? You fucking piece of shit. I'm dead. Yeah, he like juked me there. The thing is, like, maybe there's something I'm supposed to do here, but this thing is all fucked up and I can't use the ultra view. I can't use the cat when I'm in the tube or in the vent. The trail of cum ends here. Oh fuck! Fucking go down, dude! Where was that other note I found? Oh my god, I'm blind, man. Oops. Thing is, they said only one can be active at a time. They said the shutters can be wonky. But the thing is, I don't know the keep. Oh. Right. Wait, what do you mean no battery? Huh? Am I getting baited? I don't understand. Can I not? Maybe did they wipe the fingerprints? Oh, right. I can move the window. Bruh, I'm just trying to fuck you, man. What if I just close it? Why does it spawn fucking... What do they fucking move it every time? Three 3874. Do I shoot it? Oh. Wait. Aha. Made it save. Wait, no, I don't need to go here. I need to go to fucking Megazone, bro. Where am I going? Fuck. Huh? Is there a wireless access point in this place? I don't think so. Things closed. No, Wally! Fucking run! No. Oh! Oh! I shot you! Ah. Computer don't work. Oops. Is that robot like sitting in there now? Oh my god, dude, get out of there. Aha! Chapter 2. Hey, Requiem Law, thank you for the 107 months. Wait a second, we've been here before. This is where Wally is. Wait, where'd Wally go? Oh, buddy, no. I need help. So I guess there's some keypads that I can do now that I have the ultralight module. Ultra view, sorry. There was no computer here though, was there? Well, there was one here, but it isn't working anymore.
Days pass, but nothing changes. It's like time forgot to take me with it.
What does my task say to do? The ASN. Why am I going this way? We can also go to the living quarters. What's up, El Nombre? Hey, Skull Lord. Hey, Jen. Oh, right, the ASN is over here.
We need to shut down the ASN. Everyone's scattered or in hiding. And the only two people with security access to the ASN are me and Kay.
2804.
If I don't make Kay's your only shot.
Here we go.
Shut it down.
Wait, do I also need both? Wait, do I need both? I guess we have to go to the living quarters to get Kay's ID. I don't want to take this out. Actually, I don't. I assume we need to go to the living quarters. I don't remember if there was anything in Arrivals that had like a keypad. Body bags? Is this the one that I watched before? Yo, Zero Clue, thank you for the 15 months. I have an ID, but not the correct ID. Yeah, I still have my progressive sponsor going on. It's I think it's done in like a few weeks now. Then there will be no more progressive logo on the screen. I had some guy on YouTube post a comment who's like, I'm unsubscribing and I'm done watching your videos because the progressive logo is so intrusive and it's ruining it. It's like, bruh. How can like one little tiny logo on the bottom left of the screen bother you so much? Crazy bastard. The logo is very bright. Sorry, you're getting flash banged by a tiny logo. Faulty terminal, use C.A.T diagnostics if you can't open the door. Two errors found. EO2SO1. Application load failure. System reboot required. How do I reboot the system though? I felt like I was on the right track, but I don't see anything here. Weird that this just goes into like the bench. Oh wait, it goes up into the ceiling. I think we just need to follow it. The cables go under the tarp. Big streamers promote slots. Shit streamers promote slots. And I don't know. I don't know. Hold on, give me one sec, chat. I gotta go look up the solution real quick. I'll be right back, chat. Just kidding, but I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. eBuff Extra is a bookmark tab. I actually downloaded an extension to disable Fextra from showing up in my search results. It's an extension. Well, I mean, it's not specifically for Extra Life, but yes, it is something you could do. So what's up, Ain? How are you, how are you enjoying the Night Rain DLC? You really like playing Scholar? He's such a strong support class. Like, easily the... I feel like Scholar is like what Guardian should have been. Like, actually supporting the team. I have no idea what to do. You don't think... Yeah, no, I agree, and like, Scholar has no place in like a try-hard comp where you're like speedrunning. But if you're playing with randoms, Scholar is like, can keep your team alive so well. I have no idea how to fix these error codes. I mean, they said... It says system reboot required. and also application load failure, but I'm not I just assumed I needed to follow the cables, but unless they just go in the wall. How do I reboot? Oh wait, I just shoot it, don't I? I think I'm overthinking it, chat. Maybe not. Maybe on diagnostics there in the terminal, but there's no reboot option, is there? Am I blind? Oh. There's a switch below. Oops. I feel like the game has taught me to follow the wires. I don't know, I just assumed I needed to do something like that. I should never make assumptions. This game does not hold your hand at all, which I honestly kind of appreciate in the modern day of gaming. Yeah. I'm gonna go now. Oh. Block A, block B. Go to block B. Bruh. I think we're okay. Ocean water solution. Oh, is this a shower? Toilet. Insert. Insert what? Do I have to pay to use this fucking toilet? The laundry receipts? No problem, Frank. I didn't see you when I stopped by earlier, so I just left them at reception for you. Got them, thanks, Julie. Laundry receipts were left at reception. I'm meaning to ask you, can you send me over the receipts? Frank, I dropped these off for you earlier. Didn't you already pick them up from reception? Oh, you're right. I have them right here. I'm sorry. I've been quite forgetful lately. It might be lack of sleep or something. Thanks. It's coming. No! I'm out of battery. Oh, fuck. Are there any batteries in here? I shot you! Stay in there. Damn, it's dark. So fucking dark, bro, and I'm so zoomed in. Holy shit. I could see why Trey got motion sickness from this fucking game. Holy shit. I don't know. I mean, there could be something in here, but this is making me fucking sick looking around like this. This. Fucking come at me, bitch. Okay, what did this say again? Notify a member of staff. Be a way. But I can't aim while I'm crouching that, so I think there's got to be a reason I can look through it like this. I mean, maybe there's something. That sound. I feel like there's something in the dark room, or there's something in block B that I missed. Why are they talking about these receipts? Gotta be something in that dark room, dude. What do you fucking mean, bruh? In here? I'm gonna close this door. Greetings. Greetings, Moon Traveler. We hope you enjoyed your journey through space. Now it's time to relax on the moon within the comforts of all that Union Plaza has to offer. Make sure to stop by the souvenir shop to bring back a gift for your loved ones, and don't forget to visit O'Neill's Electronics to pick up a little something for yourself, too. You deserve it. Oh yes, one more thing. You're on vacation. Don't waste time doing chores. Sign up for the full laundry service option and don't skip a beat of fun. Adventure awaits. Welcome Team Union Plaza. Hi Sarah, I know you said you needed your space, but I just wanted to let you know that I've arrived safely. The ride here was just as awesome as I'd imagined. The rooms here are cozy and pretty cool. I think you would have liked our honeymoon on the moon. I'll be sure to bring you back a souvenir. Hi Sarah, I spent loads of time in the arcade today. It's not as crowded here as I thought it would be. Quite empty, honestly. I know you love cute robot things, and I got you the perfect gift. I know you'll just love it. Maybe I can bring it by on the same day I get back. Miss you. From Mike. Hi Sarah, I hope you've been getting my messages. Gonna catch the tram in a few. I'll be coming home soon. I've got everything packed up and ready to go. Love you. Protein special. Sausage and egg pate with a hint of lime. Oh, the water. We didn't go this other way either, actually. We didn't go over here. Oh, hi. Oh, hi! Oh, wait, did we go over here? Fuck, I don't even know. Dude, I'm so lost. Holy shit. Wait, reception. We need to go here. Ah! My laundry bag is under my desk. I stuck the new reception key code above the terminal for later since I'll be at my doctor's appointment. Hopefully Rob doesn't get a view of my dirty laundry in CCTV. Big thanks, big sis. Under your desk. Tools. Damn, there's no... Asshole. Fuck you. Ooh, secret. Oh. But the thing is, will he wake up on his own eventually? I mean, I think he should. Dude? Said he stored it above the terminal. Oh, fuck, it's coming. Is he coming back? Bro, you fucking... This fucking light is terrible. We really need that engineer Frank. I don't care about the budget forecast. Things are getting wild out here with all these ASN issues. Tell the engineer to visit the door terminal when they get a chance. I don't have my cat on me at the moment, or I would just overload the damn thing real quick. Going to lunch. We'll be back. Overload. Oh.
Ever since I got back from the perimeter check, I've felt off.
Is this Frank?
Headaches, eye strain, you know, the usual. But there are moments when I feel like someone is talking to me. Almost sounds like my own voice too. That sounds crazy. Hopefully it passes soon. At least taking care of me.
Potential issue. John Cooper. He is not currently feverish, but he has been experiencing persistent symptoms since a recent trip out to the moon surface. Labs indicate mild dehydration, but that doesn't account for all of his symptoms. In addition to his malaise, his pupils are slow to react and he has noted visual manifestations. I worry he may be exhibiting signs of cognitive decline. Some results from his exam were particularly troubling. I've advised that he stay in his room and rest for the time being with hopes that might relieve some stress. I don't think an emergency pickup is needed at this time, but I wanted to get the request approval process started in case it does become necessary. Thought he was coming in here. From Todd. The infection spread. You know, we haven't really seen... Have we seen, like, any humans? Even, like, dead? Oh, come on, man. You know what? No. Are there any wireless access points around here? Why am I suddenly able to pick up that battery? Nothing has changed. Does using this light consume battery? I guess it does. It is a module after all, so... I don't think... I don't think that does anything. I feel like I'm missing something in that room. Why? I think we're on the right track, hopefully. No, I find it funny that when you go in the vents, you just have like an actual good flashlight. And then when you're out fucking standing around, you just have the fucking shittiest flashlight of all time. Hey Rob, left a surprise for you in reception, your future wife. One A guest, 2A vacant, 1B Julie, 2B Frank, 3B Jackie, 4B Kai. Kai! Okay, we need to get to 4B. How much can I zoom in? $20x. Oh, I can just hold it. Oh, this is where I was before. See, the thing is, I haven't accomplished anything. What is... I feel like there's something I'm missing. Like there's something I should do with this camera feed. Reception. Is there like a module there or something? The tape recorder. Didn't we already listen to that though? Wait, where is reception? Oh, right, reception. Jules. Okay, wait. Hold on. Do they have their full names? Because this says Big Sis, so... Ah, yes. Julie and Jackie. So we need to go to 3B. Or, wait, what? Either 1B or 3B. I'm confused a little bit, but... This is 2B. This is 1B. Rooms 3B and 4B are this way. Unless maybe it's in 1B. The note told you what to do, and you need to shut the fuck up, bro. Who asked you? Thing is, I can't fucking go. Wait, why can't I go into 1B? Didn't I go in this room before? There's a room in here with more batteries. I guess we'll go get those. There's also another battery down here. Why can I only grab one battery at a time? Can you really only have one battery at a time? Guess so. And this just goes back. Thing is, where am I supposed to... I can't fucking see anything. Oh, maybe this? Aha. Aha. Three, 2, 5, 2.
What the hell?
What the hell?
Just attacked someone. Killed them. I ran. I had to, but I swear it was stuffing his body into a bag. God. I think it was a recent Union Plaza guest. This must be tied to the perimeter check in the ASN. I know it. I need to do something.
Oh. Okay. Nice. Oh, our headlamp is on now. Hog. Oh, damn, we're going down. It's a big laundry room. Are you alive? I don't think so. Why'd they give these robots fucking teeth? What's the purpose of that? For biting? Biting what? Bottle opener? Meat? It's a goddamn robot. What you think is eating meat for? ASN timeline. Lunar quake. Discuss the potential risks that the C.A.T module causes for security. Oh, we already read this. And we've done a lot of tests. Wait. Oh, did I pick up the ID right here? Is that what I picked up? I thought I picked up another battery. Hey Kai, found your ID. It's above your terminal.
John here.
Oh, I guess I did pick it up.
I'm just completing the perimeter check after the latest quake. Everything remains stable. Pipelines look good. Everything's operational. No damage to the base or its foundation. The ESM recorded no meteorite or small asteroid impacts on the surface.
Earthquake on the moon. They called it a lunar quake. Thank you very much.
Further out. Documenting what appears to be the deepest fissure in the area. What's that? Is that sheet? Thermal top, maybe. Wait. 85% Hugo. It's a body. Is that vegetation? And it's going from the...
Hmm. That's concerning. Oh! Oh! I gotta go. Huh? Bruh. What the fuck? Let me out of here. Let me out. Well, I'm trying to think where I need to go. Maybe I need to shoot something to open this again. Why does my headlamp not turn on in this fucking room? I guess I gotta loop all the way back around. You good, buddy? kind of Soma situation. I don't know. I think we're human. I mean, our character is like breathing. Also, you're not a robot in Soma, are you? Or wait. Wait, are you? Sorry, I can't remember. Well, yeah, you're like a person, like your consciousness was like uploaded to the robot. All right, it's time. Finish what? Huh? Huh? You sure? What else does he have to say? This is what he wanted. Couldn't take it. Yeah. Recreate.
I tried. I tried to reach you. Yes. Please. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Sorry, one sec, chat. Just doing a big old stretch. This guy is already dead, man. Okay. What is my task now? Gain access into the ASN and shut it down. Lunar Quake protocol initiated. Perimeter check report and video submitted. Perimeter check report and video reviewed and saved in confidential storage. Or John. All right, let's fucking shut her down. Continue to the next terminal. Oh. Oh wait, this one's on now. Just took a second. A13, A15, A8. Oh, I think I fucked it up. Wait, oh, I messed it up. The fuck is that? You must operate both manual release switches. Once the core is exposed, use relevant hardware to overload and shut down the ASN. Oh, now I can do it? I have no battery. Boom. Yeah, I doubt it. I heard this game is short, but I don't think it's over yet. Six to 9 hours? I heard it's like 4. Like 5. But I guess it depends.
I bloomed gently, hoping something might answer. Did it find you?
To the re-entry chamber,
The entry chamber.
and preferably final point of reintegration. moment to gather yourself and embrace your surroundings. Breathe. Listen. Thank you for your continued commitment to personal upkeep, colleague well-being, and your assigned duties. This concludes the re-entry process.
Okay. Drift. Ooh, cool. I will say the atmosphere and like the sound design of this game is very good. I think the fact that the headlamp or whatever isn't like... I feel like you should be able to just turn the headlamp on and off at your own leisure. This is a stronger battery? These are orange. I assume if we put all of them on, it's gonna like short circuit or something. Maybe it's fine though. Reboot is required to maintain general functionality in the ward. Security level 1 CAT interface module required. Level 1 CAT. Missing person Edith Stone, lead geologist. Discovery biomarkers, unsalvageable data, video, canal survey footage. Location of the reverberation epicenter recorded on the 20th of June, 1970. Isn't that what the gun is called? It is? Yes. I like the minimalist UI in this game a lot. Very level 1.
Dr. Weber, clinical psychologist for prison. Today is the 8th of September, 1978, 11:28 LTC. The canal's influence is undeniable. They are essentially unraveling an unusual series of effects, both remarkable and concerning. I suspect I will soon follow. Until then, I remain committed to my work, observing and documenting the canal's effects on personnel in the ward.
Henry's terminal. Why is it all red? Matthew, can you believe it? Jan said they're running additional tests on the scoop samples and she'll know more later. We need to get out of there. The canal has so much more to tell us. Are you ready? Are you kidding? I'm more than ready, but I don't think we can get an experiment crew scheduled so soon after the sample collection mission. Most are assigned to sample tests and secondary rotation is stretched for coverage as it is. Be fine for just you and me to go for a few hours. We'll be tethered and we only need to get close enough for the imaging equipment to capture any potential visual distortions, movement of moon rocks, clouds of regolith, or anything else out of the ordinary. Let's plan for 6 o'clock. See you then. Hello, family. The time has finally come to answer the call. We are now ready to embark on our journey to research what beckoned us here, the canal. Before we set out, let us meet in the arbor at 9 o'clock for breakfast so we can gather around a piece of our old home in our new home. No robots so far. Um... I mean, I don't... I'm confused. It's like, what is the point of this when you can just... I guess it's the global power usage that's potentially an issue. I mean, door commons is right here. But like, I guess we need the security level. There's a vent there. Wrong. Oh. They don't say anything about a security level on them. Didn't I see one of the crawl spaces before? Was the ventilation shaft in this room? I thought I remember seeing one in here. Huh. I thought we saw a ventilation shaft in here. Am I fucking crazy? Was it over here? Ah, here we are. Wait, no, we came in here. I'm so lost and confused. I thought they said... Is there something I can shoot? I don't think so. I don't understand, because it says... Can I go into the ventilation shafts now? No. Oh my god. Yes, I can. Okay. I mean, it didn't have a red light on it anymore, but... Dude, what the fuck is this? Is this the security room? Nice.
It searches for something.
Yo, Yanosh, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm sorry I didn't see that earlier. Thank you, man. And Dark Reaper, thank you for the 5 months. Both video and photographic documentation were taken over the 4 hours of the canal exploration. Upon reviewing the data, it was discovered the video recorded on DVC has significant interference. James Mason is working on restoring as much of the video and audio as possible. Diary. James was right, I saw it too. Is there an issue with the interface module software? There's got to be a logical reason behind it. It's no software anomaly, it's here in the ward watching us. But monitoring all areas with the interface module, it's the only way to see it. Whatever it is, it's tall. Interface module. Okay, so we gotta find one of those. Or maybe it's in here. Whoa! I was reading that. Module is designed to interface with terminals and doors. It offers a new and streamlined security process. Operating sequence, point, await check, engage operation. Point the module directly at the desired screen. Wait for confirmation via on-screen visual feedback. Do not proceed without a positive check signal. Operate the module function once the check is confirmed. Do not activate this module's function while pointing at a person's eyes. It may cause severe ocular damage. On-screen interference has been reported during its usage here on the moon. Please report any anomalies you may notice to the on-site technical team. The active function requires 1/15 of total battery capacity. That's not much. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I fully understand how this fucking power system works. Like, do I not want power to open the doors? Like, I don't fucking get it. How does that even make sense? I don't know. Maybe the game explained it to me and I'm just being dumb. I don't know. Echography. Electricity equals bad. Well, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why does turning off the power to these areas suddenly allow the door to operate? I don't... Because, I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure I'm turning off the power, so... I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, fuck. It's security level 3?
It is not mere delusion. I've seen him. The interface module must be used. For reasons that remain obscure. This module sees that which the human eye cannot. Do bear in mind, he observes us as well.
Oh, bro. Oh man, this place is confusing. Crew tested multiple samples collected during canal exploration mission. Tests for sample 3476 detected assemblages of stearine biomarkers. As proof of ancient life on the moon, samples collected at the same area of sample 3476 are being allocated to undergo further tests, radiocarbon dating. Oh, it's one of the infected bodies. Not one to reflect on my actions and thoughts, however, this place, the canal, it means something. Something significant. Concerned, James has been quite withdrawn lately. I know we're all going through something, but I haven't seen him in days. James has lost it. He's locked himself in the vestibule and even set up a strange code system using a keypad in the restroom. Try to track his movements so we can gain access to the vestibule. He's the only one left in the ward with security level 2. Any findings will be sent to the archive terminal for everyone to access. In the restroom? Hi, Kali. Someone isolated themselves in the vestibule and reset the codes. I think it might be James in there, but he's not answering. I haven't been able to do a manual override of a security level 2 action, so we're all locked out. You're tether partners, right? Did he mention anything to you after the last time you were on the moon surface? Judith, I'm concerned about James. He started to spend a lot of time in the vestibule recently, and now he's locked himself in there. He isn't responding to anyone, and Polly can't override the code. We used to do puzzles together at downtime when we were in mission training. I'll see if I can take a few guesses at figuring out the code, but I'll need your help if we do get the door open. Not sure of his mental state. Be free in the next hour. Sure thing, I'll meet you at your terminal. They mentioned something about puzzles, so maybe that's the... Oh, there's a locker. Hi, Barbara. The apple tree is showing some concerning signs of severe dehydration. Water level has been adequate, and soil readings are good. Conditions have otherwise been stable in the arbor. I was planning to reach out to you for your opinions on the ecological effects of some potential treatments, but that led me to ponder, do you think this could be related to the canal scoop samples? Let me know when you have time to talk. Thanks. Hello all, in light of recent events, I want to be sure that you all feel open to express any of your feelings with me or William. Additionally, if you would like to express your feelings privately, you will notice a new program on our terminals entitled Diary. You are encouraged to write in this as much as you would like. It is completely voluntary and private. Only you will have access to your diary files. As always, if you have any questions or need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I don't understand. One minute I was working in the annex, helping with the EL9 disinfectant, and the next I'm sitting in the past just staring toward the canal. The significance of where we are as fascinating as it is terrifying. Are we a disturbance in the ecosystem here? All of us, even the apple tree. Maybe this place was never meant to be our home. Perhaps the canal is exhibiting some type of lure that triggers something in our olfactory, visual, and auditory senses. Maybe it coaxed Edith, Matthew, and probably Ken to enter it. If that is the case, I wonder if we can imagine ourselves as part of the nutrient cycling of an ecosystem. If we were to offer up parts of ourselves, would that be enough to satiate the cycle? The fuck? Alright, you're crazy, man. I can take pictures. God, this fucking flashlight in this game is fucking shit as hell. I think that's my like I'm enjoying this game, but this flashlight is actual fucking pain. It's like, oh, we're gonna give you a flashlight, except you're gonna have a giant fucking gun. It's not a gun, but you're gonna have a giant device in the fucking dead center of your screen while using the flashlight, so you gotta look at the fucking periphery. It's like, so scuffed. Supposed to be immersive and scary. Well, it's not. You know why it's annoying? Because you have a headlamp that only activates when you're in tunnels. For some godforsaken reason. So it's like, you literally have a flashlight, except your character refuses to use it. Like an actual good flashlight that isn't this. Maybe I can use... You check keybinds, maybe you can. I mean, the flashlight that activates when you're in the vents automatically activates, and it only activates in those specific locations. So I very much doubt there is a keybind for it. Very doubtful. To be honest, I'm kind of lost, guys. This is... I thought I'd... Why are these doors not open? You know, I think why this is confusing me is because the black... I assumed that the black bars meant that that is like the amount of power being used, but I think it's the empty that actually represent the power usage. Which, I don't know, like, I'm curious, what is your guys' first impression? Like, is your first impression... Like, my assumption was that the black... counts, but... Red is filled because red is not background. That's... true, I guess. I don't know. Everything was black when you arrived. Yeah, I know. I mean, that alone, I guess, should have made it kind of obvious, but it just... Oh, maybe I can... Wait, I need to go... Did I miss the... Oh, I did. I think I need the door systems on. Holy crap, Mike. There actually is a hidden stamina in this game. You just have a lot. God, I'm... The area is confused so badly, dude. I'm just literally... I'm running in circles. Huh? Did I turn off the door, one of the doors that I needed to access the... Where the hell was the Commons 1 and 2 panel? So... It was over here. Oh, here. Okay, wait, the Commons door is over here. Oh, and now we're back. Prong 01 is over here, but I don't think we can open that. That was security level 3, right? Yeah. There's no point in doing prong 1 right now. The lift entrance is just where I came in, I think. Yo, Haruka, thank you for the 56 months. This section has been really slow so far, but it also might be my fault. Just... We're just being confused. Where is Commons 2? Yo, what's up, Nubis? Commons 2 is here, but that's just... Hey, wait, Commons 1 and 2 isn't what I... Okay, hold on. There was a note saying that he locked himself in the vestibule. We can't get into system. I assume the doors stay open after... I have no idea what this code is. What is this? Oh no, they do lock. I mean, I understand what I need to do. I need to get... Oh. Okay, we can actually go into... Oh wait, this is just this door. I did what? I didn't do anything. Way back. I'll read the task again. Well, I crawled in the vents, which got me the interface module, which allows me to unlock doors, which is great and all, but the problem is I've gone through every single door that was level 1. And the only doors that are left are level 3. I haven't even found a level 2 one, which is weird because there was a note that's like, so-and-so locked himself in the vestibule. He's the only one in the entire facility with level 2 security clearance. But it's like, okay, Even if I do this puzzle to get level 2 security clearance, that's not going to do anything for me. Or it probably will, but I don't know what it's supposed to do for me because I've been running in circles and I haven't seen a single door that's level 2. Archive boot process. Like, I can't go in here because this is security level 3. Where was the fucking reboot sequence in the anyways, dude? I don't even fucking remember where that damn thing was on the wall. It's just like a random projector on a wall somewhere. I'll be honest, Chad, I'm not really enjoying this section, but it's probably my own fault for just not paying enough attention. Oh my. Other side of the save point. Oh, I guess it just. This door. Oh yeah, the elevator. What is this again? Right. Yeah, it's on this wall, but it doesn't appear unless you actually fucking turn the damn thing on. Okay. Oh my god, it's above the screen. Okay. All right. Not here. No, that's servers. I thought servers were here, but... Or wait, no. No, there is... Wait, this is servers. Wait. Okay. I need to find the power module for the servers, which is here. Oh my god, okay, we're finally making progress. We're doing it. Now what? I thought, alright, never mind. I thought we were making progress, but I guess the server lift doesn't work. We must need to provide power to the elevator. Okay, we have everything else disabled over here, right? I think we need to go back to this first area. And then there's also... Okay, there's 3 total. We're gonna turn this stuff... Okay, no, that's fine. Maybe we need to go to systems. Holy shit, I'm gonna crash out. This fucking... Okay, well... I think I need to give power to something to get out of here. At this point, I don't think any of the doors are open. Just going in fucking circles, dude. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I guess it's lift entrance, but I don't... Can't even... Isn't lift entrance like where I came in anyways? The thing is though, this is called elevator entrance. Is that... How do I have so much global power usage? Isn't there only 3 of these panel screens? And the only thing I have on is... The only thing I have on is systems plus... At least I think the only thing that I've activated is the systems plus the server. Unless, was there... Oh. There are multiple terminals with power control. I know. I know. I... That's what I just said. I think it's the imaging one. I think there's 4 total, and I need to do the imaging one. I think the image or the echography one. I think it's over here. Okay, here we go. This is the one that's been fucking us. If I turn the archive screen off, it's gonna cancel the entire boot sequence. It has to be on. See, but the lift entrance doesn't do anything for me, so... That's not it. Bro, this fucking... make me lose my goddamn mind, chat. Having so much fun. I love running in circles for 30 minutes straight. Yippee. Oh my. Holy shit, bro! Why are the fucking elevator buttons like... Dude, that is the fucking worst designed shit I've ever seen in my fucking life! Like, okay, if you're standing right... fuck off, dude. What kind of elevator button is that? That is fucking unbelievable. Holy shit. Okay. All right, I'm sorry. I'm gonna like I'm gonna go to the I'm gonna go get a drink and stand up and breathe. Because holy shit. That tilted me. All right, I'm back. Am I like I'm not crazy, right? Those are like the worst design bro. What elevator doesn't have the buttons like right here? Like seriously. Why would dude? That is horrible. That is so bad. And then like look at the dude, it's all just one color. Like you don't even see you don't, oh my god. I'm fucking crashing out, bro. That is so bad. It just looks like part of the scenery. Dude, you guys don't fucking gaslight me. That is actually absurd. Like, yeah, now that I know, sure, but that is so. You didn't even check? Bro, I checked the fucking spot where elevator buttons normally are. Yeah, I know it's I respect that the game doesn't hold your hand, but like dude, you can't even see the fucking arrows, like barely. There's no signposting for these stupid fucking buttons at all. All right, anyways, positive vibes. We made progress. Okay. Oh. Oh, run die. A1, B2, F3, J4. A1, B2, F3. Location of buttons is common in many countries. Yeah, I mean, I guess me fucking living in America fucked me on that one. I don't know, dude. Okay, like, my thought process, chat, I went in the elevator. I looked on where I would normally expect elevator buttons, right? I didn't see anything, so my thought process was I need to go somewhere to make the elevator work. That was my thought process. Not like, oh, I bet there's a fucking tiny ass gray button on the wall to the side of me. Damn elevator without buttons. Yeah. Well, I was so confused. I'm like, bro, there's no buttons in this fucking elevator, man. Like, alright. What does this even mean? A1, B2, J3, F3, J4. Well, the color doesn't help as well. Yeah, I agree. Oh, I see. I see. J4. I guess I just need to pull them out. J4. 2. A1. And... F. Oh. Hello? Oh. Huh? Yeah, Soma's a good game. I like Soma a lot. Oh my god, we're doing it! Yeah, these are the elevator buttons right here, chat. Those two little gray things. Which, like, now it seems more obvious now that I know it, but... Yeah. They need more yellow paint. They just need to, like, stand out in some way. Like, they just blend in with the fucking background so much. Oh no. Can we leave, please? Can I leave? What do you mean archive inactive? Huh. Doing it. An emergency echography of the canal must be performed. This requires level 3 security access. If you lack clearance, report to the founder in the annex station. Annex station. So the canal is where, like, the virus originated from. Oh, well, that's great. "30 to 40 seconds of footage was partially usable." All right, well, show it to me then. Wait, do you think I can see the thing? The hell was that? This is Kali. I'm leaving this message for any remaining members of Prism still inside the station. We are trapped in the ward. The surface airlock requires security level 2 to open, but Mason is the only one with the access, and he's locked himself in the vestibule in fear of contamination and exposure to Entity A. He's encrypted the restroom side entrance with a strange keypad system protected by a hidden code. I managed to confiscate his code diagram and supporting photos. I've secured them in my locker. The pin is 8346. If you're reading this, decipher Mason's code and retrieve his ID. It's our only chance to upgrade our security clearance and return to the annex. The founder needs us. Oh, okay. Wait. So we need to open her locker, which then with 8346, which then gives us a puzzle to unlock the other one. Okay. Now, the question is, where was the locker? Oh, here we go. Okay. Going 2 cables. Remember, left to right. There's a picture of there's flowers in the top right. Oh god. Fuck, wait, have I made a save recently? Son of a... Oh, it makes an autosave. Thank fucking god. Wait, these are the 2 cables. Oh, wait. I think maybe I know. I thought maybe he left like a hidden. What is that? Oh, there is something here. Thing is, nothing that doesn't. And this is the bathroom. I do not know how to decipher this, though. Wait, the archives are inactive still? We have the code regardless, I guess. Excuse me? Why'd the fucking door close, man? Everything reset. So let's read what she said again, I guess. Code diagram and supporting photos. Yeah, I'm not sure. Alright, let's make another save. Can I turn on commons here? I'm not sure, because I mean, I saw what looked like tendrils, but nothing here looks like that. Not really. Okay, hold on. There's something by the bathroom. Where is... dude, I've ran through this area so many times and I'm still so confused by the layout. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can't, like, visually map this area in my mind. It's just... I don't know what it is. Okay, that's something. Well, I don't know what's up. What is the fucking what's the arrow though? 7J. Oh, okay, it's right here. Starting to understand. Okay, wait, 7J. Is there something that looks like that here? Okay, there is. So I guess I just missed. Okay, so the fourth. Well. Okay. How does this translate to numbers? I understand the order is left to right for the numbers, but what do these symbols... The thing is that the keypad goes from 0 to 9. And then what's up with the flowers? Do the flowers mean something? Well, I was thinking it has to do with edges, but... That... I honestly, I feel like it just has to do with, like, number of lines. Or, I mean, I guess, like, edges in a way. I mean, I feel like the 7J should either be... The thing is, the 7 has, like, a line through it, so I feel like it's 3. It's either 3 or 2, I think. What is that? Oh, I think that, oh, I think those are the plants in, like, the center of the lobby. Okay, and then there's the cables and the 2, like, server rack looking thing. Server racks aren't here, right? Not those. Looks different. Oh. The U? Aha. The Pontus. Okay, now we just gotta find the server racks, wherever they are. Actually, let's take another one. Let me degauss this. Okay, it is in fact a U. Question is now, where are those server looking things? Maybe in the main area or the first area? I think it's in security. Kind of looks like it's that. Maybe I can just... Bro, is he... I thought the monster was in the vent with me for a sec. He's too big for that, though, I think. Is that the spot? Or was it from this angle? I don't know if this is it. I think it looks similar, but I don't know if this is it. Oh wait, no it is. Never mind. Am I not able to open this door? I thought there was like a thing to open. Did it? I don't know. Oh god. Oh, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. God damn you, you fucker! Alright, let's turn Commons 1 back on. Yeah, we could probably turn a lot of these on. Oh. So we don't want to go that way. Okay. Okay, so this one is I think it's 2, 2, 1. Might be 2163. Okay, I don't think I understand the logic to this fully. Maybe... I don't understand like the logic to the like I don't necessarily understand how the symbols translate to numbers. I know which symbols I need, but it's the order in the column. Well, if it was the order in the column, then why even have it be symbols at all? Well, I mean, I guess you still need to identify the symbol, but I don't... I mean, maybe, but if it was the order in the column, why would it be 0 through 9? Five, 7, 1, 4. See, I'm not gonna put that in because if it's correct, I don't understand why that's the number. I don't think that doesn't make any sense though. How is the fucking U a 7? In what world does the U represent a 7? Can I turn it around? Oh. I've checked the back of every single paper, but I didn't check this one. Ugh. Okay, so it's 2, 6, 3. Oh wait. No. 2, 2, 6, 7, 6. I think. I mean, the thing is, this makes way more sense because they didn't like, I mean, not all puzzles are designed well, obviously, but I just assumed I was supposed to derive some sort of like logic out of the symbols, but the symbols are just there to let you identify the location in the grid. Oh, we've all done stupid shit in games before. Man. Dude, I can't believe I didn't turn the sheet around. Dude, I've looked at the back. I looked at the back of like every... God damn it, dude. I looked at the back of like every paper and none of them ever had anything on it. So I'm like, okay, clearly these guys are never gonna fucking put anything on the back of the sheets. And then I just stopped caring. Fuck, man.
This is Dr. Weber, clinical psychologist. Today is the 19th of February, 1979. 1846 LTC. I've been compelled to implement a 3-stage process to help mitigate this delirium. The first stage is the re-entry chamber, a mandatory step for any personnel returning directly from the canal, though regrettably not all exhibit the requisite discipline. The second stage, which I regard as the most critical, is the anchor. I've repurposed a hall within the Commons to repeatedly present footage of a hollyhock in bloom. Repeatedly watching it grow seems to have a noticeable calming effect, a basic yet apparently necessary comfort. The final step, designated the alignment procedure, is situated within the vestibule. This procedure is reserved for those in advanced states of psychological decline, producing a perceived mental and somatic reset. I shall continue to monitor the effectiveness of each stage. At present, however, these steps seem to be helping to a degree.
Oh, I'm fucking muted, bruh. She's like drinking something during the recording. Maybe she's drinking the lime water. Mason's Terminal. Optical tests in room 1. Motion detection array. Okay, they're all moving. Oh my god, I wasn't fucking paying attention to that. I was just looking at how many were moving, which all of them were. You bitch. I don't fucking know. 5. Wait, is that it? I didn't see anything, but maybe I need to use the frickin' detector. I can't scan it, it's too late! Whatever, dude, who cares? I'll fail. Spatial discrimination. Okay. Back. Motive response threshold. Unsettled. Alignment process. All right, let's do it. Drain the basin. Oh wait, the basin's over this way. Three, 6, 9, 7. You got to say, the tapes. The others can't see it or hear it, but I can feel it. The message is clear. We must be cleansed before we enter the canal. There is time, but we must start the cleansing process now. There are too many contaminants to keep track of. This area has to remain isolated and clean. It must. Can't keep restarting the process. I won't be fully cleansed in time. I think someone else was in here, maybe while I was sleeping. Did I let them in? I can't remember. I need to protect this space, some sort of failsafe code for only my waking self to understand. They're leaving, entering the canal. How can I join them if I'm not clean? One more bath. James, are you okay? Judith, I'm concerned about James. He started to spend a lot of time... Okay, I already read that. For all of our safety, the base is on lockdown and travel to the moon surface is not permitted. As long as you are not exhibiting signs of illness, you are free to go anywhere within the base except for the areas designated for quarantine. Please remain distant as much as possible and feel free to reach out via email. Woo! Level 2, baby! Okay. I don't remember which ones required level 2. I think it might have been one of the prongs. Oh, bro, the dude is there. What the hell? I want to go make a save. I'll be honest, I can't really remember exactly... Oh, oops, wrong way. I can't remember exactly where the level 2 security was, but we'll find it. I think all the power got reset as well. Oh, actually, no. No, it didn't. We don't need reception. I think we can turn off commons too. We'll just do commons 1. Prong 1? Wait, where was prong 1? Was prong 1 right here? Or is this prong 2? Oh, this is prong 1, but it's level 3. So not prong 1. Is there a door here? Oh, the elevator entrance. I don't think it's there either, though. Well, actually, maybe it is. Let's double check. Let's just double check. I'm not going to make any assumptions. Oh, fucking there. Yep. Okay. Thank fucking God. Oh, here we go again. Hello? Oh, we're going up. I'm so glad that I checked that because Chad, I was thinking to myself there, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's the lift. I feel like the lift is the final thing we need to open. So I would have checked everything else and I would have finally realized I was wrong.
This is William Davis, founder of Prism Institute. I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude to each and every member of Prism. Your tireless work, your dedication, and your remarkable foresight. I suspect those back home are utterly unprepared for what we shall find. Once the ward is operational, our real work begins, and I look forward to it with great anticipation.
Is there anything else I'm missing? Okay. I'm like slower now. Wait, am I in space? My God, I am! I wonder if we're gonna come back and do the level, because there's like level 3 clearance. Hmm. How's the game so far? It's good. There's a few sections that I've gotten stuck on because I don't know. The game didn't make it. Like, this game doesn't hold your hand at all. And there's some stuff that's like pretty easy to miss. Now, I'm not saying that they should put yellow paint all over everything, but sometimes like you can do signposting in games. And for those who don't know, signposting is like making it apparent through some visual means of which direction or what you're what you're supposed to do, right? And that doesn't necessarily have to mean yellow paint. Obviously, a lot of games rely on yellow paint, but there's ways to do it without, you know, using yellow paint. Think they've done that? Yeah, I mean, to a degree. I'm not saying everything is bad, but some stuff is not very clear, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just... Maybe I'm just Maybe I'm just a dent. I feel like these at least stand out a little bit more as buttons. with this color scheme, because the elevator isn't like it. The elevator isn't also gray. Like, you can actually see these. All right, what does my task say? Something significant is happening in the canal. The archive terminal indicates that an emergency echography must be performed. I cannot proceed without first upgrading my module to level 3. I need to reach the annex station and locate the founder's terminal. Are we at the annex station right now? Does it say here? This elevator. Day 60 death. Well, doesn't kill you that fast. Fruiting body is development of a fungal growth on the back of tongue observed during algor mortis. Positive cryptococcal test. Anything on the back? How many different ways to go? One doesn't open. This one open? Oh. Oh, they're probably gonna turn on later. Chemical lab.
We came so far. Further than anyone would have expected. This place is proof of our will, our perseverance, our vision. Soon the canal will speak.
Hey, Nilo Karas, thank you for the 87 months. Thank you, man. Hi, Ken. The automated sensor in decontamination is malfunctioning. It can identify contaminants, but it can't communicate the chemical formula necessary to sanitize. Until I can get it fixed, we can work around it by manually entering in the chemical formula. I'll put up a sign to inform the rest of the crew that use the main control lab. Woke up in the past again, missing chunks of time. I feel like I need to be somewhere. It's like waking up from a dream I can't remember. And that voice, my voice, together. So I gotta like drain that or something. Like that. Patient has a prominent cough and breathing issues. Patient Henry Becker. Experiencing tightness in his chest, which he says started after a presence visited him yesterday. He also complains of ice pick headaches, floaters in vision, and sensitivity to light, which he has been experiencing for about a month. Communicated concern to Judith Weber regarding Becker's comments about a presence and submitted a referral for examination after patient recovers from physical symptoms. Becker has been isolated and prescribed salbutamol for asthma symptoms. Primary and secondary rotations will be reassigned until further notice. Can I peek my head through the hole? Oh! Oh my god! Shit. Oh. There's no enter. Wait, am I denting? No. I don't know, dude. Is there anywhere else to go? Wait, no, this is where I came from. Let's... My ID changed since the beginning. It did, yeah. I think I'm supposed to do something with that hole in the wall. Oh. Almost didn't see that. I figured there had to be something where the monster was. 4398. I don't... But I don't... Why is there no enter button? Am I being stupid again? Dude, all the... Is that for something else? Oh, it is. Oops. Discovered something in the arbor. It is a large animal that does not appear to be alive. I think this is what some of the others saw. You must go and see. Then we need to get it to the main control lab. I went back to the arbor to save as much of the fluids from the dissection as possible, but I had to let most of it soak into the soil. I wish circumstances were more jovial, but I'm grateful to be able to share this moment with you, Maria. This is an absolute marvel. Native being of the moon. Hello, team. There's a potential illness going around. Until we know more, STIP is in effect. Report at the first sign of any symptoms. Isolate if feeling ill. Wipe down surface frequently. Wear provided masks. What's up, Giordano? Visit the lab for cultures to be taken. One of us doctors will always be at the main control lab, so stop by at any time. A sleeping area will be set up for you in a designated isolation zone, and your meals will be delivered for the length of your isolation period. Chem will be conducting recurring surface swabs and used air filter testing. Bio will handle pre-incinerator wastewater analysis. Engineering will be replacing all air filters with high-efficiency particulate air filters over the next 48 hours. Reach out to the medical team with any questions. Yeah, I've been enjoying this game. It's frustrated me in a few spots because I just got really confused. I missed some, like, not gonna say obvious stuff, but some of it was obvious. Others, a little bit, not so much. You lost 40 minutes because you didn't see an elevator button? Okay, I'm not the only one. Thank fucking God, dude. That stupid fucking elevator, bro. Those buttons are terrible. Not mad. Sorry for having emotion, dude. Boy. I feel like this is going to be relevant in some way. Oh. Oh boy. Okay, there's a note at the bottom. Okay, I don't... Stabilizers for solution EL9. Jesus. The Fuck it. What is this, dude? There's more! Bruh. Okay, I'm not even gonna try to memorize this because I don't even know what I'm trying to figure out right now. And the thing is, there's all these... Oh. Base, active 1, active 2, stabilizer. Oh, okay. Oh wait, this is potential stabilizers. Okay. But... Thing is, what are we trying to... Oh. I fucking erased it. Well... Wait, we know active 1 is CUTT2T? Wait, maybe... So active 1 is copper ions. Okay, I think well, knowing 1 will help us because, okay. Sodium bicarbonate helps copper. I think it's sodium bicarbonate. I'm just gonna go with that. And then active... Phenol reduces copper. Parasitic acid would destroy copper ions. So I don't think it's either of those. Hydrogen peroxide works well with copper. I feel like it's just, it's figuring out... everything just revolves around copper, right? So it's probably hydrogen peroxide for the other one. And then the base... Water alone doesn't work for copper or hydrogen. Helps dissolve cell membranes, making pathogens more vulnerable to copper and peroxide. Risk of residue can degrade hydrogen peroxide. Oh, okay. So I think it's IPA then. I think we got it. Effectiveness 75% fail. Okay, so we got something wrong. Wait, do we have hydrogen See, the thing is, we do have hydrogen peroxide. So... I don't know. Silver Ion says it's highly compatible. But do silver... What about the stabilizers? Oh wait, sodium bicarbonate can disrupt peroxide. Destroyer solution. I think it's the stabilizer that's wrong because we have peroxide. It helps copper, but it messes up peroxide, so that's why it's wrong. So EDTA says it stabilizes metals. I think it's EDTA. Oh, shit! We got it. Nice. Main control lab is accessible. Hold on. I don't like that sound. I forgot to make a save. Did I hit 3 walls? Shut up. Shut up. I want to hear it. No, no. Oh god. Oh no. 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 No! I can't see! Sterain biomarkers detected. More details soon. I can't wait for the radiocarbon results. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep thinking about what types of ancient life could have left those biomarker assemblages in these samples and from how long ago. As excited as I am, it doesn't feel right celebrating this without Edith. Proteinogenic amino acids. After everything, it has all been worth it. This is momentous. Life right here, right now with us on the moon. Maybe the canal harbors a more hospitable environment for certain organic material. After I get the next experiments logged and prepped tomorrow, I need to talk with Barbara. What I'm experiencing does not fill me with confidence. The loss of time, the hallucinations, and yet I embrace it. I embrace the process. Here it now, the canals are our only way to go on together. Guys are crazy. Is there anything else I can do on this? No. Oh god, no, 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 you fucking asshole, no! Will you get out of here, man? Okay. Did it say... I thought it said main hall door open, but maybe it's the mess hall, because the monster is over here. Can you shoot it? I don't think so. Hope it's not this one. Something else. And it's not there. Dude, stop! Oh. Main... Oh. Go faster. Now we're just... Oh no. Oh.
Such sorrow in our lives. Or is it heartache?
Oh, we're here now. Let's see.
Lonely she must have been. I'm here now.
The vertebrate animal looks to be of the mammalia class with 10 limbs. The neck measures 120 centimeters. 10 limbs? Examination shows an apple lodged within the long throat, which is probably the cause of death. The digestive system consists of one stomach with 4 compartments. No apple was found in any of the compartments. Ovaries are present, but no evidence of a uterus or cervix. The mammary glands and internal sex organs suggest the animal is female, which also suggests the potential existence of a male mate. Due to the size of the subject, a partial autopsy had to occur at the site of discovery in the arbor, with much of the subject remaining there. A transport of the rest of the subject to the lab has been scheduled for tomorrow. The arbor has been closed off for the time being. I feel like there's probably a code in here somewhere. Maybe a... Oh. 6-4. Wait a sec. How do I get... Am I confused? I think I'm confused. I'm confused. I don't think I need to go back through here, but I'm confused. I need to get back to the lunch area. Okay, like, sorry, I need to get back to like the cafeteria, whatever. Aha. Oh. Oh, we sliding down. Fog. Wow, that's actually crazy that when you're standing in the rain or the water, it makes the sound of quite an attention to detail. Like you can hear the water on your suit. I mean, there was that other area I couldn't get through, so I assume now that we did that, I think we just have to go back up. What the fuck? Looks like those big worm, that kind of look like that worm enemy from Dark Souls 3. The ones in Rosaria's, like outside Rosaria. Kind of also look like the enemies that shoot the pink thing in the DLC of Elden Ring. A little bit less though. Still, dude. We don't have security 3 yet. I think we're pretty close though. There was like the area that was flooded, but I can't, what is that back up? I think maybe I gotta go back up now. I think it might have been back up. I think it... I really hope I'm not going like the wrong way right now. I'm pretty sure this is... Was it when I crawled through the vent? Not. I'll reload then, if you guys say so. I honestly can't remember. It feels like that was so long ago. Oh, and now the game made an autosave. Okay, are you guys sure? I feel like now I'm less... You know what? I'm gonna open up my YouTube stream and rewind it. Press the airlock first. It's insane how much better YouTube VOD is, like, holy fuck. Actually usable, it's crazy. Oh, right, it's in the room. Dude, the Twitch VODs are actual fucking trash. Like, straight fucking doo-doo. Just terrible. Like, half the time, the Twitch VODs, when I'm trying to like skip through the Twitch VOD, it just infinitely loads. And I have to like refresh to fix it. I don't understand how it's so bad. Okay. It is right here. Entity B. Is this the one with the 10 arms? 10 limbs, rather? Looks like a blob. Oh, it's the worm. It's the worm-looking thing. Anatomically distinct from Entity A. Entity B was found by Maria in the arbor and was already deceased upon discovery. Preliminary cause of death appears to be asphyxiation from an apple, possibly due to incompatibility with human produce. Fucking killed by an apple. For the airlock ID log, Kenneth Murphy left the base on his own. On-duty crew is sparse due to loss of life and current illness. No one saw Murphy leave, and he did not inform anyone of his plans. For safety reasons, the base is now on lockdown. Comms have been left on in the pass in the event Murphy returns.
my name, urging me forward. Okay. One final moment. One last glance upon her face before I leave.
The incident occurred at the canal observation experiment at the canal. During setup, Matthew went into a trance and walked into the canal. Henry Becker successfully retrieved Garoud via the tether connection. Garoud was in poor condition and had an emaciated appearance. He could not speak coherently and seemed confused. Back at the base, his condition worsened. He was put into a medically induced coma and given intravenous treatment for extreme dehydration. Approximately 12 hours later, he went into cardiac arrest and died on the 29th of August, 1978. Held a burial for him. General appearance barely conscious, confused, gaunt, extremely dehydrated. Patient arrived in an emergency situation from the canal location. Could not speak clearly and had issues breathing. His general appearance was alarming, almost as if he were void of moisture, veins constricted, causing difficulties for IV insertion. Vitals were erratic but stabilized after we administered sedation. Patient has been put into a medically induced coma and is being given fluids and medication intravenously. What does my task say now? Williams Terminal must have the level 3 security upgrade. Ah. Oh, we're at the Founder's office, which is going to connect back into that previous area. Yeah, there's other stuff we can do here. Holy diaries, a magnificent mammalian specimen, a true being of the moon. She holds so much history in the layers of her mind. The other entity that Henry encountered is still here. I can feel sadness that is not my own. Others think they are hallucinations. They are mistaken. They are memories. I slept in the main control lab last night. When it was just me and her, she spoke to me. I know now. There is no place for us here, not in a conventional sense. The canal is the answer. Just a few of us left now. It won't be long until we are all together. Time to join them. Before I go, I must look upon her one last time. Alright, we only got level 3. I guess we actually do just go back up. I was thinking that this would connect back because there was... Well, maybe... Must be getting confused. I thought that there was a door to the Founder's office, but maybe that's where I went through, and I'm just being dumb. That is certainly a possibility. At least you climb ladders fast in this game. Oh, bro, what the fuck, bro? He doesn't know where I am. He's a fucking idiot. Wait a sec, this isn't where I want to go, though. I don't think there was any security level 3s over here, was there? We need to get back to... We actually need to leave now. For real this time. I feel like this entity kind of reminds me of the shy guy from SCP a little bit. Just in terms of appearance, not really like mechanically though. I don't know. People were saying that they like remade the game multiple times in different engines. They like kept switching the engine for the game, and I don't know. Apparently, it's only like 3 people who made this game. Hey, Speedy, thank you for the 32 months. Is it an Alien Isolation mod? Not really. I mean, it's clearly inspired by Alien Isolation to some degree, but it's not really that not that similar. Chapter 6. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, chat. Short break. I will be right back. I want to try to finish this game today. I assume this is probably the last chapter, maybe one more after this. I don't know. But, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, level 3 security door time. We can go into the prong. Oh, let's see. Alright, prong 1 aligned. Prong 2 next. I don't remember if prong... Actually, hold on. Let's go turn off prong 1 now that it's done. I think I'm dead. Hey, buddy. No! Well, it worked. Just tell him no. Luckily, he respects consent. No! 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 I said no! I fucking said no! Dude, chill, man! Where the fuck is prong 2? What? Oh shit, prong 2's not on. I think I'm safe in here. Yeah, that's right. Get fucked. Damn, look at that ass. Whoa. I'm pronging. All right. Wait. Yo, Potato Cat, thank you for the 20 months. Lunar ultrasound must be performed. Line both prongs, then proceed to echography and imaging. Yeah, wait, where does this vent? Oh, right. Can I turn on echography here? Oh, imaging. We don't need to go to systems anymore. Now, where is the button?
This reality diverges from our expectations. Canal. The moon. It requires us. And we require it. Another contraction.
Right, prong's been aligned. Let's fucking make sure the moon's not pregnant. Proceed to the ripening? Where's the fucking ripening? The fuck is that? The what? What is the... What does that even mean? Just prong one. I actually don't know where they're... The archive reboot thing? Oh yeah, maybe we just go back there. Wait, what is... Oh, this is the bathroom. I don't know what this thing is. This is where I came in, Dude, what the fuck is the ripening? That's not an area. Yeah, where's the ripening? What does that even fucking mean? Induction terminal. Induction terminal. Have we been there? Probably.
Keep pushing forward.
Yes. Oh, I'm ripening and I'm inducting. What's happening? The canal is ready. All right, now we go back to the blue area. Where even am I right now? Oh, we're back here. Okay, this is good. We're friends now, right? I'm ripened. Wait, I actually... Oh, I was supposed to do some... Oh. Oh, I can interact. I'll hit the button for you. Alright, enjoy your TikToks, buddy. His dead wife. Hey, why you gotta make it why you gotta make it like sad? He is misunderstood. I'm gonna go, man. Oh, you can't actually see the screen when you're far away. I was wondering if it, like, faded out or if that was just a thing. I have no batteries. Huh? Oh. Timed out. Hold on, let me ban this guy. The canal. We're going in. Into the crevice we go. Turn on my light.
You've come so far. One final step.
Bad ending. Shut the fuck up. Hey, Finna Plow, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh shit. I'm so glad the game didn't just end there. Thank God. Oh, wait, is that me?
Together. We begin anew. Through me, you endure. Through you, I endure.
$19.99? What about $19.98? Okay, so they sent an expedition back to the moon to recover the data from the canal. 1999, a Union Plaza resort employee, John Cooper, reported the discovery of Union Plaza operational irregularities. Software engineers sent to correct the automated security network entered the ward. Wait, is that me? Contraction events aligned with patterns from the original Prism Canal expedition escalating intensity. Recover all Prism mission data and whatnot related to canal, retrieve something or a regular value. Indeterminate origin or unauthorized function. The LCRP lunar touchdown, approximately 800 meters from the ward's airlock. On entry of the ward, the crew reported a dense concentration of particulate matter described as or pollen. Substantial interference, complete telemetry loss. Final transmission contained one image. The flowers. Huh? Because the first chapter 1 was called Birth. Now we're in Rebirth. Oh. Okay, I got baited. Reach chapter 0. Honestly, I thought this game was pretty good. Apart from the elevator buttons and the fact that there's only one single sheet of paper in the game with something on the back of it, I thought this game was pretty good. Honestly, I feel like the slow burn nature of it, or the The game actually has some pretty good like jump scares. Because the thing is, you get so used to the quiet and the chill, and then all of a sudden, like I don't know, when horror games constantly are like jump scaring you, it loses that like fear factor. So a bit more of a climax for the ending. Yeah, the ending was kind of whatever, but yeah, a lot of horror games don't really find a good balance. A lot of the time it's because the games are like too short. You know, you'll have a horror game that's like 45 minutes long, and you know, if your game's only 45 minutes long, you're gonna just be filling it with jump scares. But then at that point, the jump scares just don't really hit as much. Ella had caught up with you, bro. I was stuck on that fucking elevator for like half an hour. But at the same time, you know, in a horror game, like if you're gonna make a long horror game, you need to make it at least interesting and keep... Like, you don't want to play a horror game that's 10 hours long of just the exact same thing. It was cool that they introduced like the new mechanics, like the black light, and then the security module. The UI of the game was really well done. Like, it was very simplistic. Yeah, the atmosphere was really good. You missed it all? Well, rip. Location cave. How does it compare to Alien Isolation? I mean, I think if you're looking for the vibes of like Alien Isolation, this game does a pretty good job of it. You thought the crawl space was locked? Yeah, I also got confused by that. Eventually I was like, well, okay, so I noticed that the crawl space had a red light on it, and then the red light disappeared. So I was like, maybe, I don't know. The vent was like the only place I knew that I could go. So once I realized there was no red light, I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna try to go into the vent. And then it pushed open. I'm like, okay. But I got stuck there for a while too. Because I also assumed the vents were locked, so I just didn't even try. I got really confused, like navigating the area with all the security doors. I don't know. That area confused me a lot as well. It's like hard to keep track of everything. This game was a lot of fun though. Honestly, I would give it a solid like 7.5 or like 8 out of 10 for me. I think it's pretty damn good. I think they definitely need to fix the elevator button and make things a little bit more obvious. Because I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's going to get stuck on the elevator buttons. Apparently another ending. Are you saying that because one person in chat said bad ending? Because I very much doubt there's another ending, but maybe there is. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any other ending. Apparently there is one video that I missed. There is a Entity A markings video. I guess I just missed it on one of the computers or something. We only missed one achievement, which, so yeah, watching that tape. A lot of other media things reference an alternate ending. Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, you would think that if there was another ending, they would put a... You'd think they would actually put a, an achievement for it. Maybe not, though. I just thought the gameplay mechanics were pretty cool. Like everything you can do is just done through the gun or the cat. The cat. I'll just call it the cat. It's called. There was something else after that. It was like the cat module or whatever. But like the atmosphere of the game was really good, and it still had scary moments. Dude, I got like scared shitless in a few situations there. All right. Anyways, chat. I'm gonna call it here. I'm honestly kind of tired. I had to wake up really early this morning, so I'm quite tired. Tomorrow we'll probably do some more Night Rain. I want to finish Undertaker's questline in Night Rain, so probably more Night Rain tomorrow. I'm still having fun with the game. I think like one or two more streams of Night Rain, and I'll probably be bored by that point. But I definitely got a little bit left in me. I want to play. I want to try to carry some randoms on the Dreglord. Had to wake up at 9 a.m. 8 a.m. actually. Thank you very much. But I also went to bed. I only slept like 5 hours last night. So yeah, I'm kind of tired. Might go take a nap. But if I take a nap, it's gonna fuck up my sleep schedule. I don't know. I say I don't know a lot. I'm trying to do better, but anyways, have a great rest of your night, chat. I will see y'all for some Night Rain tomorrow. There's a bunch of other like shitty horror games that I have downloaded that I haven't played yet. So probably try some of those out soon. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll try some of them tomorrow. Sometimes you just don't know, man. That's true. That's true. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank y'all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the game. I had a lot of fun with it. Little frustrating at times, but you know, that's just how it goes.